How's it going, everybody? It's your boy, Yamsy Boy, and we're here for day 9 of our blind playthrough of Trails of Cold Steel. Last thing that happened was we did the Chapter 4 practical exam and most of the first day of the field study, but we stopped right before doing the monster hunts in the underground passage. So that's where we are now.
So, how long will you be staying?
Yeah, I'm so excited! I have no idea though!
Rue Cult.
Thank you very much for the 4 months at Tier 1 Saika Sakurai. Appreciate you. I should probably turn that notification down a bit. I think it might be louder than most of the other things that I got going on. Of course, that could just be how it sounds on my end. I'm not too sure. Oh, it is much louder? Okay. Well, let me hop over to Streamlabs real quick and adjust that. Let's see. One moment. There, I cut its volume in half. Hopefully that's not too soft. But I guess we'll find out in about a month. Alright, but anyway, back to this. I mean, of course, I could just click test subscription to make sure. I don't open doors, I cut open doors.
I'll handle it.
My turn, of course.
Oh, what a nice looking train.
We have nothing to fear.
Wait, why didn't I get
My turn.
at least single advantage from that?
Now's our chance. An opening.
Oh, I should have rushed. Oh,
Okay. Target lock.
Of course. Go.
Laura continuing the tradition of being OP. Of course, that's mainly because I did make sure to upgrade her weapon before anybody else.
Your swordsmanship gets better with every battle.
I've got a way to go to get to your level.
No. I'm guessing she can't stun from the front, or maybe she can. I just have to keep trying.
My turn.
It's not really worth burning 200 CP for that, to be honest.
Okay. Here.
My turn. My turn.
No!
you would have gone with Reens rather than Fee. Reens won.
Okay, it's safe for now.
I missed what I said that sparked that response. Don't expect me to remember saying things, I just say things. Oh, his weapon. Yeah, I mean, he definitely would be my next one to upgrade,
what a
but
nice looking treasure chest.
he was already above 600 attack, and I don't know if he was at like low 500s. I kind of felt she needed the boost more. It's not like it's the last time you're gonna be able to upgrade. Hopefully.
Advantage is ours. Let's finish it.
Here we go.
But they just watch story events start snowballing like immediately after this, and then I can't upgrade for the rest of the chapter. That would make me a sad Yamsey.
Right.
Here we go. Now's our chance.
An opening. Your swordsmanship gets better with every battle.
And I've got to.
Come on, guys, flirt on your own time. Why did you target the box, you
My turn.
silly girl? Oh, Fee was at 388? Okay, then yeah, definitely no wonder I went with her.
There.
I'll handle it.
Clearly, I remember things very well.
Here.
I just wanted her not to be dead weight, mainly.
Right.
Go.
One thing I have to say I do like about Elliot is that you don't have to really waste EP casting spells with him most of the time, because Blue Lullaby hits about as hard as the spell does. It actually gives him something to spend his CP on. Emma, sometimes you can just build up CP without really needing to use it. And until she gets an S-Craft, it's just going to be kind of sitting there.
Oh, what a nice looking treasure chest.
Grand Press. Okay, third button's the charm. That's equips. It's not that he's weak with arts. Not at all, I think. I think he's probably about as good as Emma would be. Eh.
Now's our chance. Let's get him.
The hell are these things?
Go.
They're disgusting.
I'll handle it. Target locked. Got it.
I'll get you up. Of course.
Damn, Elliot's normal attacks dealing 1100 damage. That's actually a lot. It's more than my Emma was dealing.
Right.
Okay, let's see how much he deals when he hits a weakness.
Is everybody okay?
Okay then. I'd say he's pretty on par with Emma. And I'm overestimating his lullaby.
All right.
Ooh. Oh my god, it's actually healing craft that works on
I've
himself
only
as well.
just begun.
I thought they'd never do that again after, what they did with Ellie.
This would make a great training area. I envy the people who live around here.
Only you would see an underground passage and think about training.
Get knocked out. That works.
I will
Oh.
all challengers.
My turn. There.
I'll handle it. Target locked.
My turn.
So does this deal damage as well as causing a stat down? I'm really
Focus
curious.
activate.
And it's going to be super expensive to check.
Too slow. My turn. Now's a chance.
An opening.
I'll handle it.
Alright, let's see what it does. Yep. Actually hits pretty hard.
Did it.
2400 for neutral damage. Of course, it costs 200 EP, so... Yeah.
Now's a chance. Let's get him. Here we go.
I'll handle
Later
it.
games have a D to S rating in damage. Oh, that's so nice. Thank God. It only took them, I don't know, 7 or 8 games to get there? Give you some sort of damage indication.
Here.
Glad to see they got around to it in a timely manner.
Right.
See, weak to earth and fire.
Arcus activate. My turn.
Go.
Okay.
Here we go.
Of course. Evil will fall before my blade.
What do you mean evil? It's just a chubby bat. Calm down. What do he do to you? Tried to eat her. I don't think he even got the chance to do that, to be honest.
Oh, what a nice looking treasure chest.
Advantage is ours. Let's finish it.
My turn. Now's a chance. Laura. Up top.
My turn.
Of course. Hey!
maybe I should have checked their attributes before casting Aerial. Should have just gone with Golden Sphere.
Target locked.
Here we go. Go. An opening. Your swordsmanship gets better with every battle. I've got a way to go.
Ooh, nice.
I welcome all challengers.
You could just keep killing them one damage at a time, yeah. I think I might run out of resources before that bears fruit.
Now's a chance. An opening.
My turn. Here.
It's either going to be Phantom Phobia or Golden Sphere. Ooh, Phantom Phobia has a big delay. I don't know about that.
Focus activate. Behold, my most powerful strike.
I just killed the enemies that I was targeting with Golden Sphere, didn't I?
Radiant blade dance.
Whoops. I do that a lot. I should pay more attention.
Here we go. Go. An opening.
My turn.
Wait, why did that one die? What?
Target locked.
Here we go.
Burning? Did it even get a turn? I didn't even see it get a turn. Maybe it was sealed and couldn't do anything.
I did it!
Genmu. Poison or petrify? Ooh. I kind of like that more than Sleep and Blind. Assuming Petrify is as good as it used to be. But then again, I think it got kind of a nerf in the Crossbell game, so maybe that carried over. I remember it was stupid good in the Sky games, because it's just basically... It's pretty much just another death blow.
Advantage is ours. Let's finish him.
With the only difference being that you have to hit them after petrifying them, and then they just die.
Target locked.
And until then, they're frozen forever.
Follow me, Elliot.
Got it. Here we go. There. Go. An opening. You're done. My turn. Right.
Went from being burned to being frozen. Apparently those two can't stack.
My turn.
Here we go. Go! An opening! Of course. Huh?
Imagine being burned and frozen at the same
Keep going.
time. Yikes.
Right!
Gale. Ooh, nice. And has an increased chance to unbalance. Very nice.
Done.
Let's see. Line AoE with 30% chance to faint and 30% chance to kill with increased unbalance. Very nice.
All right! Not bad.
Ah!
I welcome all challengers. My turn.
What, Gale? It's your favorite? It does look pretty nice.
Second form. Gale! Now's your chance. An opening. Of course.
Hell, all of Reen's art so far, pretty big winners, to be honest. Just kind of waiting on Laura to get some more. Although Earthcleaver is really nice.
My turn. Here we go. Now.
I'll get you up. Right. Oh, we did it. We have nothing to fear.
No, I was going after the other one. Boo.
Second form. Gale! Now's our chance. Laura! Understood.
Hey, Fontana, how's it going, dude? Welcome back.
Right. All right, let's keep going.
Now's our chance. Let's get him. Here we go. Second form. Gale! Now's our chance. An opening. You're done.
Hey, since Arios gave up the whole Divine Blade of Wind, can Reen just be that instead?
My turn.
Of course. Ta! We should keep going.
The advantage is ours. Let's finish it.
Go! Go! An opening!
Okay. Here we go.
Of course.
Well, everything may look the same, but to be fair, at the very least you have a
My
map to
turn.
go by. Which is more than the Crossbell games gave you most of the time.
Guess we're safe.
Level 3 Iron. Yep, pretty standard. Oh, when you're running the game, yeah, makes sense. Because opening the map, that burns time. You don't want to do that.
The advantage is ours. Go! Second form. Gale! Now's our chance. An opening.
My turn. Here we go.
will fall
that awkward
before my
moment
blade.
when you cause so much AT delay that you just attack them to death and they can't do anything to stop you. There we go.
Now's a chance. Let's get him. Go.
My turn. Here we go. Now.
I'll get you up.
Of course. You still have a lot of training to do.
Misty area in Liberl. Oh, the one with all the cliffs and the mountains? Where that bandit hideout was? I forget what it's called too.
The advantage is ours. Let's finish it.
Go. Second form.
I'll just go ahead and hit everybody.
Now's our chance. Laura.
Understood.
Okay. Got it.
I'll get you up.
Right. Hey. Now.
Nebel Valley, that's it. You right.
Your swordsmanship gets better with every battle.
I've got a way to go to get to your level.
Done.
I did it.
Not bad.
Hey Laura, when are you gonna get more crafts? You've had these same two since you were like level 10. They're good ones. Just could use some more variety is all I'm saying. This way. Laura's too strong for more crafts. Can't argue with that one.
So, how long will you be staying?
Yeah, I'm so excited. I have no idea though.
Hey, thank you very much, Saika, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Fontano. Enjoy your emote. Fontano, welcome to the potato patch. Ooh, attack 2. Speaking of, how about more action 2s? I can make 1. Although, action quartz don't seem to be quite as good in this as compared to other ones since it's just a flat increase. Maybe I'm just psyching myself out with that. Alerts at a much better volume now? Nice. Okay, what to give you? Pretty sure Breeze already gives him breath, right? Yeah, and Rikiria. I will just do this, give him some more attacking. Spells. Actually, Laura's a pretty slow character. Comparatively, anyway. Let's give you that speed. And Reen, of course, is a speed demon. I think I might have found it. That must be it. Yeah. That looks like the monster the hotel's owner asked us to deal with. Laura, Fee, are you two ready? Of course. I'd like to ask that you put Fee and myself on the front line for this battle. Gonna have another go at a combat link? Well, this is as good a chance as any. Although, to be fair, all the weaker monsters would have been an even better chance, but, you know, that's not what the story wants. You're annoyed at CD Projekt Red? Making exceptions for people with a lot of money. Oh, you mean like giving them early access? Yeah. That's definitely not a good look.
Go! Alright, let's do this!
Kind of, but not quite.
Yeah, leave it to me.
Okay.
I don't know what you're doing, but stop doing it.
Target locked.
Got it. An opening.
Oh my god, they did it!
Right.
Let's go! I'm so proud of them, they're growing up! Her AoE's too small. I can only hit one side.
Behold, my most powerful strike. Radiant Blade Dance.
Here we go!
I see what you mean.
There! Go! Elliot!
Got it.
My turn.
So can someone explain to me why Fee and Laura couldn't do this before? It's not like it took much of a moment for them to be able to do it now.
An opening.
They're just like, let's give it a shot. Okay, we did it. Let's see, weak to fire, neutral to water.
Here we go!
Yeah, that's unfortunate, Psycho.
Second form! Gale! Now's a chance!
I'll take you up.
Too slow.
Oh, okay.
Of course.
Do the thing! I guess there was a story reason for it.
Huh? Ha!
My turn.
So, can they just not establish a link anymore for the rest of the battle?
Go!
You could link with Reen again. But that's not what we're here for.
Of course.
We're here to fix their problem.
Marcus, activate!
Is this thing ever gonna get another turn? Not if I have anything to say about it.
Go!
Oh, I should have rushed.
Okay.
My turn! Right! Hey!
My turn.
Here we go! That's that. Let's keep moving.
Easy. Alright, what you gonna get? My scythe, nice. And the other standard stat up conditionals.
I did it!
Not bad.
I did it!
Well, guys, what did we learn?
Well, that was...
It kind of worked.
You know, maybe you should just stop worrying about trying to form a combat link with each other.
Marcus, you and Eustace were much worse than this. Come on.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I can see why you'd really want to.
No. I don't want to hold our group back more than I already have. I'd like to withdraw from active combat and take a more supporting role for the duration of this field study.
Denied. You're like my main DPS.
Huh? Why?
But Laura, it doesn't make any sense for you not to be in the thick of the fight.
Don't be ridiculous. If anyone should be benched, it's me.
Also, no.
It makes sense when you consider what each of us brings to a fight.
No. My own immaturity is the cause of this. There's still a part of me that refuses to accept you, and this is the result. I'm sorry. I didn't think I was this narrow-minded. And I apologize for the distress my prejudice has no doubt been causing you. I came to realize during my club activities that I still have a lot of maturing left to do.
Laura...
As such, Rean, I wish to withdraw...
Denied.
Denied.
Ha!
Actually, I'll be the one withdrawing from frontline combat.
What? That's also a bad idea. Can we just not do any of that?
Huh?
Rin?
This seems awfully sudden. What's your line of thinking?
Can't we just keep benching Machias?
During all the battles we fought, one thing stood out to me. I couldn't help but notice that under ordinary circumstances, Laura and Fee's fighting styles complement each other perfectly.
Well,
You think so?
Interesting. What do you mean?
Laura's the ideal knight, standing strong in the thick of the fight, dominating enemies with her blade. Then there's Fee, the ideal vanguard, overwhelming the opposition with her speed and creating openings for Laura. During the practical exam, none of us should have stood a chance against the two of you.
You undersell yourself, dude. Never underestimate the power of delay.
When you put it that way, it does make sense.
If they could form a combat link, they'd be virtually unstoppable.
Yeah, I don't think that's escaped you two either. That's why you keep trying to form a combat link, but there's something stopping you from connecting with each other. Whatever it is, it's been frustrating both of you this whole time, right?
Mm-hmm. It's exactly as you say.
Okay, so, since that's how things stand, it makes no sense for you two to just give up and withdraw from combat. In fact, considering everyone's relative strengths and weaknesses, it makes the most sense for me to fall back. This way, you'll have more chances to work out whatever it is that's standing in the way of you forming a link.
Do we have to?
You have my thanks.
I'm not sure if I dropped frames or if it was
Take you up
on
on your
your
offer.
side. I very well could be dropping frames.
That's what I like
Let me
to
check
hear.
that real quick. Yeah, it seemed I dropped a little bit. But I don't know when they dropped. Just that they dropped.
You really can be audacious sometimes, you know. Just like you were with me and Eustace.
You think? I don't really think I did anything out of the ordinary.
That's so you, Reen, to not think anything of it. Still, thanks to you, there might be hope for these two after all.
We'll do what we can.
But first, we need to get back to the hotel, right?
But there's more stuff to get. Ugh, fine. I guess I'll just have to deal with Reen not being in combat. Everyone's full anyway. No big deal. Sonata. Much as I enjoy music, I don't know enough about it to know if it's a sonata specifically, but I do hear music. Shortly before Denied. Oh, that's when it cut off for you? Well, it seems to be running okay now. Did you really need me to do that? Alright. How loud must they be blasting this music for it to reach all the way down here through a stone wall?
Now's our chance. We can do this.
My turn.
Still can't link. Okay.
Got it. Come on, Matthias.
Leave it to me!
Right. Huh?
It's my turn! Go!
Broken. My turn. Now.
Gotcha!
Of course. Huh? You still have a lot of training to do.
All right.
Success.
Tira bomb. Nice. What would make you think that pushing the one brick that looks different from all the others might do something? That's just silly.
The advantage is ours. Let's
It wouldn't be
finish
much of a secret passage if you could just
it.
do
I'll
that.
handle it.
Can I get 4 of them? No.
Here we go.
Of course.
Arcus, activate.
It's my turn! Eat that! Now!
Broken. My turn.
RNG enemy
Is everybody
placements.
okay?
That's unfortunate. It's always hard to picture how much time you
treasure
can
chest.
save or lose, just depending on how lucky you get by enemy placements or something like that. Overall, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, but you know, once you've gotten things pretty optimized and you're going for PBs, then it's mostly up to RNG.
I'll handle it.
That's when it starts to feel bad.
Here we go. Now, come on, Lockius.
Leave it to me!
Right. Off guard.
I'll get you up!
Fall.
Right! Oh, we did it!
There's a light.
The sound's getting louder too.
You must be getting close to the exit now.
Let me heal, guys. Thank you. Don't mind the students that just happen to be walking out from under a gazebo. Nothing to see here. Mater bark. Who would have guessed that those underground tunnels would spit us out somewhere like this? The layouts remained unchanged since it was created during the Dark Ages. You can really feel the city's history. It seems like the network for passages here is bigger than Bereahard's underground waterway. Hey, Elliot? Something wrong? Oh, sorry. I was just listening to this sonata. Then I realized that the musicians playing it over there are actually friends of mine. Elliot has friends? They look like students. They seem exceptionally skilled for their age. Oh, they are. I'm really proud to know them. Would you guys mind if I went over to say hi? You absolute bastard. How dare you even ask me that? Like, really? We would give a shit? Is there actually anything to this place? Probably not. Book? Uh-oh. Did I miss it? Oh, God. Yeah, it does mention that. Well, I'll check after this. See, this is why I use guides with Falcon games. Even with it, I miss shit. Wait, why do you play violin in a wind orchestra again? That doesn't make sense. Dang it! I probably did miss it, didn't I? I was hoping it would give me a chance to at least walk and maybe leave. Alright. These fucking books, man, I swear to God. Shouldn't take too long to catch back up. Wonder where my last autosave was. Underground Passage 2. These don't seem to be in any kind of specific order, really. I guess this is the latest one. Looks like it. Perfect.
There's a light.
The sound's getting louder too.
Well, can you give me a book and then I'll leave you alone? Thanks. Oh, looks like there's also a fishing spot.
Ooh, this looks like a good spot.
That's a new one.
Now that's a catch.
Ottawa.
Now that's a catch.
Ooh, another one. Lobster of some sort? Crayfish.
What even is this?
It's a crayfish. Don't complain, it's a new one that you haven't caught yet. Don't worry, just equipping seal immunity accessories for no reason whatsoever. I just kind of felt like it, you know? They just look nice. Can we talk about how cute Fiona is? She's so cute. This game has too many cuties. Make it stop.
Whoa, this is incredible.
You could open a shop with all the instruments here.
A piano, violins, wind instruments, a robust percussion section. I'm assuming the papers in the cabinet are all sheet music?
There's no way you can call this just a hobby.
Yeah, coming in here, this must look like some rabid obsession to you guys.
A little, maybe. Yeah.
You know, my mom was a pretty famous pianist. Being raised around music like that, my
She was a
sister
pretty
and I
famous
ended up
pianist?
sharing her love of music.
Really?
That's awkward.
Looking at all this, I can see why you decided to join the wind orchestra at the academy.
Still, why didn't you go to the same school as the people we met earlier?
Fee?
Wait, Fee, that's not...
Don't worry about it. I'm sure this comes as no surprise. But I'd originally planned to attend the music academy.
Oh,
But
My sister and I grew up listening to our mom play the piano. Dad was more the strong, stoic type. He didn't know much about music, but he was head over heels in love with her. Our home was always filled with the sound of music, and it kept our family smiling together.
that's too sweet.
But 7 years ago, Mom got really ill. Eventually, she passed away. After her death, my sister and I both wanted to follow in her footsteps. She enrolled at the music academy and began working toward a career as a pianist. Naturally, I tried to do the same, but Dad wouldn't hear of it. It's one thing to have it as a hobby, but the idea of a man of the Empire making his living through music is absurd.
Why though? Like, literally, one of the princes of this kingdom likes to disguise himself as a traveling bard and make an absolute ass out of himself everywhere he goes.
No matter how hard I tried to convince him, he just shook his head and refused to listen. Then he started recommending one military academy after another, trying to push me toward a career in the army. Eventually, I didn't have much choice. I had to give up my dream of attending the music academy. I hated him for it. I really did. I'm no good at fighting, never have been. I'd get smoked in a real war. But after some research, I found one academy, Thor's, offered plenty of music-related classes, and that about half of its graduates end up in careers outside the military. In the end, I met him halfway and chose to enroll at Thor's. Kinda pathetic, huh? You've all got great reasons why you're there at the academy.
And now you just so happen to be in Class 7, which I am absolutely certain does not have an interesting destiny ahead for it.
Then there's me, who'd rather be on a stage than a battlefield. But I couldn't go against my dad. For a while, I started to think that maybe my passion for music had kinda cooled off. But I'm still full of regrets about the music academy and the summer festival concert, so I guess it hasn't after all. Oh, I wish I could just crawl into a hole right now.
Calm down.
So that's how you ended up at Thor's.
I had no idea.
Do you regret it? Coming to Thor's and all?
Huh? Of course not. Why would I?
So, you don't?
Life at the academy keeps me busy, but I still have time to perform with the wind orchestra after class is out. And I feel like I really broaden my horizons every time we go on a field study. Honestly, I feel like I get more out of Thor's than if I had just enrolled at the music academy without much thought. Maybe it's because whether I decide I want to be a musician or do something else totally different, I'll at least have the chance to choose what I want without someone deciding for me.
Elliot.
Wow. You've really given this a lot of thought.
You really are strong, Elliot.
I wish I thought so too. I still feel jealous when I see my friends who went to the music academy putting their heart and soul into their music. But even with that, I've got no regrets about coming to Thor's. None at all. Besides, if I hadn't come, I never
Oh,
would have
there
met
it is.
you
I was
guys.
waiting for this happiness.
I'd regret that way more.
How can you say that with a straight face?
Maybe he's just oblivious.
I didn't think I was saying anything particularly embarrassing.
I figured that most people would blush saying something like that.
Still, this is Elliot we're talking about. He can get away with it.
You're the last person who should be saying that, Reen. Actually, I just remembered. I guess I do have one regret after all.
Oh? What is it?
Remember the summer festival concert my friends said they're going to be performing in? Back when my mom was still alive, she performed in it, and my sister played in it 5 years ago too. So I was really hoping that I'd be able to take the stage there one day too.
Yeah, just sneak in. As long as you play well, no one's gonna care, maybe. Don't do inappropriate things to him, Fiona. This is a family stream. Ah, yes, of course. A family stream where I talk about his mother being a great penis. Can't believe it's already past 9. We ended up staying at Elliot's house longer than I thought. Yeah. I wasn't expecting her to break out the coffee after our meal, too. And she even invited us back for breakfast tomorrow. We've hardly been here a day, and she's already my favorite person. We'll have to thank her properly at some point. Still, you know, I've lived here all my life. But it's only now that I'm running around doing field study tasks that I'm realizing just how big this city is. Yeah, I'll bet. They're just going to slip tomorrow's tests into the guild's mailbox, right? Yeah. They should be delivered first thing tomorrow morning. Considering how organized my father is, I don't doubt that they'll be delivered on time. Though I do worry what we're in for. I have this terrible feeling he'll put us to tasks far more difficult than we can actually handle or something. Yeah, I see what you mean. All the more reason we should finish up our report and hit the sack early, I suppose. Fiona's not Elise, she has boundaries. I don't know. I saw how she acted around Elliot the first day, so I'm not too sure she has those boundaries. No? What's going on? Eh? Suddenly they're gonna fight? I don't think causing a commotion is what he's concerned about here. I think it's just the whole fact that a duel's happening to begin with. And no one's listening. Not too many people taking a leisurely stroll. Well, yeah, maybe, but there is a guy sitting on a bench over there. He's probably looking for a peaceful time. Sorry, buddy. This might get noisy.
Oh, what a pleasant evening.
It's pretty relaxing.
No denying those two have some surprising similarities.
I'm trying to apologize to the man, guys. No better way to unwind than a cold beer and a cool night air. Sorry, we might not. You might not be unwinding as much as you plan. Hopefully, you don't mind the sounds of gunshots. Aww. That's sweet. He's probably drunk. Why else would you sit in a park in the middle of the night? Well, I mean, I'm sure these two have their reasons. And these two? Oh, he actually is drunk.
I don't see any people in this part of the park.
I'm fine with here if you are.
All right, Fee. Here are my conditions. If I win this duel, I want you to tell me about your past. Your personal history.
Didn't you just request that to begin with? Is a fight necessary?
At first, there was something about your strength that I couldn't bring myself to accept. From the moment we first met, I could tell you were holding back. And considering your build, your combat proficiency is extraordinary. It's simply too far removed from what I've come to know through following the way of the sword.
No doubt.
Really?
Yeah, all things considered, Fee's strength is totally improbable for someone her size.
Jaegers are well known for being way stronger than they should be.
To add to that, you were once part of a Jaeger Corps. I can't say I've ever thought of the Jaegers in a particularly favorable light. If one defines knighthood as the way of the virtuous, how can the path of the Jaeger be seen as anything but corrupt? I came to believe that because we'd been raised with such strongly opposing values, I could not accept you. However, I was mistaken. After hearing Elliot's story, I asked myself again why it was that I felt such resistance to fighting alongside you. I tried to ascertain my own feelings, slowly and carefully, and that was when I finally realized. During all these months we spent together, I've known deep down that you were worthy of my trust. Our values had nothing to do with that judgment. It came from my heart alone. But in my stubbornness, I refused to acknowledge that one simple truth. In my heart, I had already deemed you worthy of trust. Yet in my mind, I still couldn't see past our incompatibilities. I suspect that contradiction was what prevented us from using our Arcus to fight as one.
So, that's how it was. Did you know about this?
Yeah, I noticed during our fight with that monster earlier.
You aren't the only one who thought we couldn't get along. You live your life so honestly. I guess somewhere along the way I'd given up on you ever accepting me.
I see.
Still, what does this have to do with wanting to know about my past? Why do you want to know?
Who wouldn't want to know why a 15-year-old girl grew up as a Jaeger?
It's very simple, really.
That's, like, actually something really interesting and makes me curious.
I want to know because I like you.
Whoa there!
You...
I didn't know she swung that way.
I find it frustrating when I'm not able to understand those I've taken an interest in or have a high opinion of. I felt like this several months ago with Reem, and I feel the same way now. That's why I want to know your history. I want to know what shaped you into who you are now.
Is there some double dipping going on in this harem?
That said, this is simply an act of self-indulgence on my part. Nothing more, nothing less.
I'm not sure what to say.
That's our lore, all right.
You really are something else. It's fine. I don't mind telling you. But taking your spoils by force is the Jaeger's way through and through. Is that okay with you?
It's fine. Because I have no intention of thinking of my reward as a spoil of battle. I'd much rather consider it an honor, bestowed for a hard-won victory.
Fine by me.
You just talk things out. Why do you even need to fight now?
He makes a good point. That's just how swords people be.
All right, I'll officiate your duel. Neither of you need to hold anything back. If I think it's getting too dangerous, I'll step in and stop the fight.
Very well.
Thanks.
Isn't this already going a little far?
Go!
Riveting.
Target lock. Here.
Impressive.
Yeah, sprite battles are definitely more fun.
Then I won't hold back.
Hoppy hop face. Very accurate.
Then I'll show you my strongest. Like the boss himself.
That's enough!
Just like spinny spin dances.
I couldn't even tell who won. What about you, Reen?
I feel bad saying this after volunteering to be the judge, but as far as I could tell, it was a draw.
Really?
Well, I suppose it is what it is. I'll simply have to continue my training and challenge you again another time. And don't forget, I still wish to duel you as well.
Wait, why me?
Because you're another sword guy?
Honestly.
Actually, I lost this one.
Heh.
Huh?
Jaegers are at our best when we fight at night. The darkness gives us an edge.
Is that how it works? Are you werewolves?
Even after I threw out a flash grenade, the duel still ended in a draw. If we'd fought during the day, I would have lost.
That's...
She has a point.
Well then.
very well. I'll accept this victory.
Well, anyway.
I guess the two of us should go for a little stroll then.
I don't mind if you listen. Is that fine with you, Laura?
I have no objections. We're all in this together.
Okay.
Go on.
I used to be part of a Jaeger Corps called Zephyr.
You don't say.
Before that, my earliest memories are of explosions and battlefields. I found myself wandering in a war-torn hotspot on the outskirts of some country I never even knew the name of. Jaeger Corps threw themselves into battle for the highest bidder day after day, while I wandered alone. The man who eventually took me in called himself the Jaeger King.
Oh yeah, doesn't he get killed by Randy's dad? Well, actually, they both die dueling each other, if I recall correctly.
He was the leader of Zephyr, a pretty famous Jaeger Corps. He was middle-aged, crafty, stubborn, and lucky. He always seemed so carefree, but he never let his guard down. To me, though, he was the closest thing to a father I've ever had. The other members of Zephyr had their quirks, but they were all nice to me. As time went on, I started helping with the cleaning, the cooking, the packing. During my free time, they started teaching me all kinds of skills I'd need to survive on the battlefield. One thing led to another, and I ended up fighting in my first real battle. I was 10, I think. The boss was reluctant, but after the others persuaded him, he made me a full-fledged member of the group. For the next few years, we lived and fought together. I even picked up a nickname like some career Jaegers do. Sylphide. We roamed all across the continent together.
Simoria is one hell of a place,
There were
man.
hard times. Times when we thought we might not live through the night, but we always did. Together. Until last year, when our boss died.
Child soldiers as far as the eye can see.
It was a clash with another Jaeger Corps, the Red Constellation.
Ah, here it is.
People used to say they were the only other Jaeger Corps in West Zemuria who could match us. Their leader, a guy they called the War God, had been on bad terms with our boss for years. Eventually, the War God and the Jaeger King decided to settle things with one big duel. They kept going for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, they both fell. After that, the Zephyr I'd grown up with disbanded. All the members who were left just kind of scattered. I don't know where they went.
Well, guess I'll go to school.
Then, just like that, I was alone again.
I don't know what to say.
After that, you ended up coming to the academy?
Yep. Just when I was wondering what I'd do next, Sarah showed up. She said she'd been following the situation between Zephyr and the Red Constellation. That's how we first met. I told her about what happened, and she dragged me to the academy. She introduced me to the principal, and after that, well, you know the rest.
If I were to guess where we currently are on the timeline relative to the Crossbell games, I'd guess probably around the beginning of Azure. Maybe shortly after the Red Constellation moved into the old Ravash headquarters. Because Orcus Tower is still being built, and it's already been a year since the Jaeger King and the War God killed each other.
Listening to you tell your story really brings into focus how limited my view of the world has been. But I feel like I finally know you. There's still so much more I want to learn, of course, but at least this gives me a base to build on. How about it? Care to mix things up a little?
Oh. Let's do it.
Eh? Chapter 5 is the start of Azure? Okay. So, not far
Just
off.
a minute.
About a month away.
Should have known. I guess I've had this coming since the practical exam, huh?
Well, it's at your discretion, of course. I doubt either of us has the energy to fight at our peak.
But we'll give it a try.
You gotta be kidding me! We haven't got a chance against them!
Come on. This is a good opportunity to see what they can really do, right? Let's just think of this as a little bonus for our field study. Give it the best we've got.
Fine. But I don't intend to hold back. So I expect no less from both of you.
You have my thanks.
Here we go.
I'm not going to hold back.
Fine, I'll do it.
Okay.
Yay!
Here we go.
No way!
Don't miss Machias. He's kind of the most important one to take out right now.
Here we go.
She's the one that heals.
Silky dance. That's that.
There! How about this?
Flames, javelin on my
Hey. Why isn't he countering?
I was careless.
How about this?
That's not good.
This is nothing. Of course.
Thanks.
How about this?
Of course. Hey!
I'll handle it.
You have my thanks.
Okay.
Too slow!
Dang it.
Right.
Die already. There you go.
Should have seen that coming.
How about this?
Okay.
Right. Off guard.
Broken.
This is so ridiculous.
When we fight together,
No one stands a chance.
Yeah, I just noticed that that Laura's Master Quartz is really close to leveling up.
we did it.
Uh-huh.
two. It's like they're off in their own little world.
Okay, so the finale of Zero takes place during Chapter 2 of Cold Steel 1. Gotcha.
I think we've just witnessed the birth of an unstoppable duo.
So around the time we were dealing with the dogs from the provincial army, Estelle and Joshua were storming that one place with the Crossbell team.
Hey,
Gotcha.
what are you four doing?
Oh, crap.
Uh-oh.
Students, are you from one of the local high schools?
Gee, who could have seen this ending up causing a disturbance?
We received reports of a group causing a terrible racket in the park. What in Adios' name were you doing?
Please, sir, this isn't what it might seem like. There's a perfectly reasonable, though admittedly rather complicated explanation for all of this.
We're very sorry for any trouble we've caused. We tried to minimize the disturbance to others, but it seems we weren't totally successful there.
Yeah, we were just using some shotguns and grenades in a friendly duel, you know.
Perhaps dueling in the park wasn't as good of an idea as it first seemed.
Maybe the underground tunnels would have been better.
That's what I've been thinking this whole time. Like, why didn't we do it
it's a little
there?
late for such deep insights. Besides, who do you think were the ones who started this?
We're literally right next to the entrance of the tunnels, too.
Don't just act like you're some innocent bystanders.
Cool. Vengeance and Powerful Strike. I'll have to look at that.
Ooh, you're moving up in the world. I've got a little reward here for you.
Ooh, nice.
Drink
Hell
some with
yes.
me someday.
Gladiator belts are so nice.
Huh? Are they all still asleep? It's almost time for
Drinks are on
breakfast.
me someday. Yeah, thanks.
Oh, it's you, Elliot. Sorry, we didn't mean to keep you waiting.
What's wrong? You look exhausted.
Just duel to the deaths in the middle of the night. No problem.
You might say we had a pretty eventful night.
Look at these geriatrics. On the other hand, as you can see, we have gusto to spare. Isn't that right, Fee?
And you call yourselves men.
How can you two just waltz around like that after last night? Are you even human?
Oh, well, just calm down.
Wow. What the heck did you guys do last night?
You know, it's just occurring to me that to someone that has no context, this could seem a little, suggestive.
The two of you look like you've been chased around town by wolves, but Fee and Laura are all buddy-buddy now.
Yeah, we'll catch you up on that later. First things first, let's grab the list of today's tasks from the mailbox.
Two hours of police questioning. Damn, dude. I'm surprised it took 2 hours when you have 4 people all telling you the same thing. Oh no, no, no. What? And another monster. Okay. Vainquif Street. And this place. Judging by the name of the quest, I'm guessing they want me to wear boots. Also, you're not who I'm supposed to be talking to. Are they Stregas? How the hell did I know? Very popular in Crossbow and Liberal, though. That's oddly specific. $2,000 steps, okay. Worst comes to worst, I could just turbo mode through that. Accuracy, strength? Ooh, nice. I like all of these things. While I'm in the area,
Of course.
it probably doesn't matter if she's in the lead or not, but I'm gonna put her in the lead. I'm gonna go exchange my Mass Sepith and get a Ream weapon upgrade. Hopefully I have enough new materials. Ah, poop. I need 2 more. Is there a specific place I can get new materials, or are they just kind of random drops from enemies? Not no. Boy, I hope this little kitten isn't dead. That thing is tiny! It could be really easy for something to hurt it. Unintentionally, even. Alright. Just gotta check out the points. Aww. Now, can I take that kitten? I kinda just want to put it in my pocket and walk away. Yo. Why? Why do you go there? Of all places. Don't milk the cat, please. Bead cat. They call him Mr. Tiddles. Oh, that's very, very unintimidating. You can only imagine his meow being really loud and deep. And then just watch it be like the really high-pitched kitten meow. Oh, are we gonna have the smack-a-tiddle? Yes, I am following this catversation. Kitty strap. I wonder if I use that to trade for something later in the game too, like the frog strap and puppy strap. Alright, what's my pedometer at right now? Okie doke. Vanquish Street would be better for this. No, I'm afraid I slept during cat speak classes. Oops. You know, 2000's kind of a bit much, considering they didn't really give us a whole lot to do on this day. This looks weird with Laura as the leader. I mean, I would imagine it looks weird regardless. But why Laura specifically? Excuse me. Alright, where are we at? Alright, almost there. Should be done by the time I double that. In 2000 exactly. I kind of like those though. They were nice. Sweet. Evasion plus 5%. Esperanza? He's proud of his dad, but he's also exasperated by him. Mainly because they're almost polar opposites when it comes to personality. Okay, dude. Jeez, calm down. Laura didn't do anything to you. Call me crazy, but I think there's something a little bit not normal about just talking to a complete stranger and be like, "Oh, you motherfucker! I hate you for existing." What? By the way, would you happen to be a noble? Yes? You bastard. It just seems so odd to me. Maybe I'll get lucky enough to get some U materials here so I can upgrade one of the charging stations. I see fish. Wait, why can Elliot now use an S-craft because of that? Call me crazy, but that seems like a kind of weak character motivation. Oh, they're getting along better. I can now use a super powerful move. Heh. Holy non sequitur, Backman. Did I just say Backman instead of Batman? Oh my god, what's wrong with me?
Now's the chance. Let's get him. Go. Second form. Get him. Go.
I'll get you up. My turn. Here we go. My turn. My turn.
My turn. Now's our chance.
I'll get you up. Oh, we did it.
Yo, nice. What do we get? Pretty standard stuff. No new arts yet.
I did it! I did it!
Now's the chance. Let's get him.
Why did I not notice how OP Laura is on field until
Second
now?
form. Get him.
My turn.
It took until we got that little girl whose name I forget to realize that we can actually ambush things from the front if you use the right weapon.
Okay.
My turn.
Million. That's one. That's the one.
Okay. Hostiles neutralized. Guess we're safe.
Not bad.
Oh, snap! Oh, sweet. Big area of effect, chance of feint, and it gathers enemies together for more, so you can hit them with more AoE attacks. Hell yeah.
Now's the chance. Let's get him.
My turn. Here we go.
Go. Second form. Get him. Now's our chance.
I'll get you up.
Of course.
And you can free aim it. Nice.
No escape.
Right.
It's basically like Lloyd's upgraded Raging Spin, actually.
Okay, that was tough.
Nice work, though.
I did it!
Success.
With more damage, yeah, that's true. And a chance to faint. There we go.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
Go! Second form, Gale! Go!
I'll get you up.
Okay.
Right. Hey.
Yeah, I don't know why it's
Is
called
everybody
Faint either.
okay?
But it always has been. It's kind of weird. But yeah, it's pretty much the stun. You right. The heck is this
Looks like a
thing?
tough one. Be careful.
Can I catch it off guard? Eventually, maybe? I don't think it's gonna happen.
Watch out, this is a tough one.
Okay. Here we go.
Not even go behind? Huh.
Second form, Gale!
Right. No escape.
My turn.
Oh, these poor bastards.
Here.
They're just not having a fun time right now.
My turn.
Here we go!
What was this about them being tough enemies? I think Elliot might just be kind of a wuss.
Oh, we did it.
Ooh, let's go. What'd I get? Heat up. Cool. Nice. Nice. Oh my god, he gets to low HP and he gets an instant S-break? Hell yeah. Might be... I mean, I'm trying to be nice to Elliot, kind of.
I wonder when that mechanism was made.
Probably in the Middle Ages.
I'm guessing a few hundred years ago at least. Probably during the Dark Ages.
Like everything else here?
Those were difficult times back then.
That looks like a tough one. Be careful.
My treasure.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
I'll handle it. Target locked.
Here we go! There! Go!
I'll get you up.
Of course. Huh? Now.
Broken.
So many status ailments, holy crap.
When we fight together,
No one stands a chance.
There's a reason Emma's the main caster. She's less wimpy. And also probably a secret Grolsvetter.
The advantage is ours.
Here we go. Second form, Gale! Go! Elliot!
Got it!
I'll handle it. Target locked.
Of course. We should keep going.
Dangerous foe. Stay on guard.
This looks tough. Careful!
Here we go!
I think we'll be okay. And I don't really want to waste that.
Second form, Gale!
Now would be a good idea. Good time
My
to
turn.
check his S-Craft, though. 100% confused? Okay. Sure.
Performance just for you.
Excuse me? How the fuck does any of that work? I would be confused too. Actually, you know what? This S-Craft makes perfect sense. It is incredibly confusing.
I'll handle it. Here.
My turn. Evil will fall before my blade.
I did it!
The advantage is ours.
My turn. Second form, Gale!
Okay.
Oh shit! I just realized that I haven't put the Gladiator belt on anybody.
Got it.
An opening. Of course. No escape.
Okay. Done. But we can't relax yet.
Ooh. Crescent Mirror, 20 EP, and 50% just flat chance to counter evaded magic. 50% chance to evade magic, and it also gives you the ability to counter it if you're within range, I guess. Let me guess, that 50% goes up to 100% at level 5.
Not bad.
So you just can't get hit by magic, which would be amazing. Get stunned, you bird.
The advantage is ours.
Go! Second form, Gale! Now's our chance!
I'll take you up!
Of course.
Stop hitting the poor bird in the face.
My turn.
Right!
My turn. Now.
An opening.
I don't know. I don't really have a rebuttal to that.
When we fight together,
It just makes
one
me
stands
look
a
at what I
chance.
was doing in a more
Success.
hilarious light. Just smack, smack, smack.
Now's our chance. Let's get him. Here we go.
They're spaced out so inconveniently.
Second form. Get him. Now's our chance. Elliot.
Got it!
of course. No escape.
Okay,
Oh, right, gladiator belt.
but we can't relax yet.
I did it!
Well, let's go ahead and slap the gladiator belt on her.
Oh, what a nice looking treasure chest.
Smack the fishy.
The advantage is ours.
Here we go. Second form. Get him.
My turn. Here we go. Now,
An opening.
Oh, I'm Elliot.
Right.
Oh, we did it! Oh, a treasure chest!
advantage is ours. Let's finish it.
My turn. There. Go.
I'll get you up!
I'll handle it.
Right!
My turn. Hey! We should keep going.
Now's our chance. Let's get him.
My turn.
I can't get over that mental image now that you put it in my head. It's too good.
Here we go.
Nice.
Here we go. There.
Of course. No escape.
My turn! Alright, let's keep going!
Well, hello there. Enjoying the water?
Let's finish it.
Here we go. There. Go. I'll get you up.
Okay.
My turn.
Right. Ta! We should keep going.
Hey, now the water's only ankle deep instead of waist deep. Beat the bird.
Advantage is ours. Let's finish it. My turn. There you go. Silky dance. That's that. Hostiles neutralized. Guess we're safe.
I've only...
Oh yeah, by the way, Saika, I actually finally learned what my raid times are going to be for patch 5.4 in Final Fantasy XIV. It's going to be Tuesdays and Thursdays, starting at, oddly enough, around the time I usually start these streams, so around 8 to 8:30 p.m. Eastern. And I'm going to be doing that for a few hours, so 3 hours, 2 days a week, at around my normal streaming time.
Second form. Gale! Now's our chance! Elliot!
Got it!
Right. Huh? Evil will fall before my blade.
Yeah, that's a good question. What I'm gonna do about these games in the meantime. Since 2 out of my normal 6 days are gonna be taken up by raiding. That leaves me with a couple choices, I guess. I could go down to doing this 2 days a week.
Here we go!
So, like, I could do this Friday, Saturday, and maybe if I'm doing a secondary game, like Infinite Undiscovery, I could do that on Wednesday, and still do Trials of Mana Monday.
Now's our chance!
It's kind of a hectic schedule, but could work.
I'll handle it.
Or I could just stick to these games 3 days a week instead, and not worry about playing a second game on the side.
You still have a lot of training to do.
A+ outcome.
The advantage is ours.
Go! Second form. Gale!
Of course. No escape.
My turn.
At the very least, I would probably like to at least do Infinite Undiscovery 1 day a week until I at least finish it. Because I would prefer not to just kind of leave that hanging.
Okay, that was tough.
Nice work, though.
I'm pretty sure it's release patch day. I think the only time Savage is delayed by a couple weeks is the first Savage raids of a new expansion.
Success.
They allow 2 weeks for people to get caught up with the story content.
Is that a treasure chest?
That's a lot of heat.
Second form, Gale!
Arcus activate!
Right.
Everybody, come on in.
No escape.
Okay. Here.
Ha!
My turn.
Oh, you're not sure if you're going to be able to raid starting week? Fair enough.
My turn. Ha! We should keep going.
I did it!
The advantage is ours.
I'll handle it.
Here we go. Second form, Gale!
Actually, I haven't seen anything about the new patch except for the outfits that you get from the raids. I only looked that up because I heard everybody say that they look like something out of Bloodborne. And they do look pretty neat.
Right.
But that's all I've seen so far.
I'll handle it. Hostiles neutralized. Guess we're safe.
The ranged one does look nice. I kind of want the ranged one for tanks, but can't do that. Come on, game. Why can't you let me glam my jobs to look like whatever other job I want? Sometimes that bugs me. Like, sometimes there's a look I really want to get, but I just can't do with that job.
Spy treasure.
It's not like letting me glam with that would actually give me those stats or anything, so why not? Really? You're not gonna let me examine the obvious secret wall yet? Okay.
This place seems like it goes on forever.
My father sure gave us a real humdinger of a job to deal with.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
Here we go.
Oh, this is gonna be nice.
No escape. Evil will fall before my blade.
Jesus, calm down, lady. Who hurt you, Laura?
The advantage is ours.
I'll handle it. Now, well, let's go.
Understood.
Here we go.
My turn.
My turn.
My turn. That's that. Let's keep moving.
Hey! One more and I'll be able to upgrade my katana. All these fish and I can't even fish here.
That one looks annoying. Watch out.
Watch out. This is a tough one.
Not really.
There's a performance just for you. You've been a wonderful audience.
I'll handle it.
My turn.
My turn.
Definitely takes the cake
You
for
still have a lot of
one of the
training to
most odd S-crafts I've seen. Don't know how you can turn your staff into a violin like that, or why doing so gives you a bunch of magic power for no reason. But okay, Elliot, you do you, I guess. They could be jerk birds, but instead, we're the jerks.
Now's a chance. Let's get him.
Okay.
Oh, God, thanks for reminding me. I didn't think about what you were actually saying until I read that out loud, and then I remembered those lovely freeze birds. Good fight.
When we fight together,
no one's...
I guess the reason I didn't make the immediate connection is because tons of games have jerk birds
Oh, a treasure
and
chest.
are referred to as such. Leg breaker. I'm guessing that has a chance to decrease move. What, you didn't know you need freeze immunity? Well then, you're gonna have to reset, I guess. Hope you saved recently.
let's get this over with. Right. No escape.
Okay. Here we go.
Or lower the difficulty 5 times. Honestly, I'm not even sure if that would have helped. Wait, is that what I ended up doing? I don't even remember.
My turn.
Did I just lower it enough until the freeze didn't just outright kill me?
Okay.
Oh, God.
Right.
Why are we here? Just to suffer.
Go. There. That's that. Let's keep moving.
Oh yeah, I remember now. You're right.
I've
I
only just
lowered it
begun.
until my characters had enough speed to go first.
Advantage is ours. Let's finish him.
Here we go. Second form, Gale!
My turn. No escape.
I'll handle it. Got it.
An opening. When we fight together,
Done. Spy treasure.
I want it. Why won't you stun?
Advantage is ours. Let's finish it. My turn. Here we go.
Nice.
Go! Go! I'll take you up! You're done!
You're done?
Okay, that was tough.
Nice work, though.
I did it!
Flora seems far more violent than what first appearance would tell you. Well, up until this point, she did have some issues to deal with.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
I'll handle it.
My turn. There.
My turn.
right. Evil will fall before my blade.
Oh, what a nice looking treasure chest.
We have nothing to fear.
I'll handle it.
Perfect.
Here we go. Silky dance. That's that.
My turn.
Of course. Hey!
My turn.
I think that might have been the first enemy that I was able to get an attack off this whole dungeon.
Done. But we can't relax.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the treasure chest thing too either. It just sounds so off.
I did it!
An A+ outcome.
Tauros. Let's examine that. Okay. So it increases the damage of your regular attacks, but also makes you a lot slower. Unless it upgrades into something way better than that. It just kind of seems... nah. Speed is really important in these games. I still need one more U material. Oh well. I'm not gonna go jonesing around for one. Something tells me we'll be just fine.
This looks tough. Careful!
My turn.
My turn. No escape. Yeah!
Here we go. Flames, gavel on my blade.
You weak too. Earth and fire. Well, too bad.
Okay.
Too slow.
Ah, correct.
Right. Shatter. Off guard. Easy.
Okay.
Ha!
I'll handle it. Now.
An opening.
My turn.
Nice. Just in time for her to get her strength double buff.
Let's do this.
And then do this. So he's double defense debuffed. She's double strength buffed with 200 CP S-Break. This should be delicious.
Behold, my most powerful strike. Radiant blade.
Probably dead. Oh, almost.
You still have a lot
Damage
of
over time
training to
saved
do.
it. Animation's hard, yo. It did give me Hydroblast. What a nice Blastoise. Didn't give me any U materials though. Now I guess I go back to that very obvious secret passage.
That looks like a tough one. Be careful.
We're
This
fine.
one's dangerous. Stay on
How
your
many of
toes.
these have we
My
taken
turn.
down by now? Calm down.
Here we go. Okay. Got it.
An opening. Ha! Right. Ta!
My turn.
Here we go.
My turn. Target's eliminated. Let's get going.
Not bad.
Can't quite explain why vomit just set me on fire. Maybe it's like that one dude from the Deadpool 2 movie. He just has caustic vomit. Hold up! I noticed that there's a secret passage here. Really? Oh, you mean with that button? Right there? You know, one has to wonder how you close that back again, since you can't reach the button anymore. Or am I supposed to believe that no one has noticed that obvious button for the past several hundred years? And we're just that smart?
The advantage is ours.
Okay.
My turn.
Right. Arcus activate.
My turn. Now.
Broken.
Fall. When we
Nice. I'm starting to get to the point where I don't have to worry about slots as much anymore. So now I can actually start making shit.
a challenging foe. We should engage a worthy adversary.
I'll handle
Is it though? Is it really? It's a well-hidden piece of machinery. Anything else is slander, of course.
That's that.
Go! Now's your chance!
I'll get you up.
My turn. Huh! Evil will fall before my blade.
There we go.
Now's your chance. Let's get him!
Okay.
Go! There! Go!
I'll get you up. Okay, that was tough.
Was it? Was it really? Or are you just bad?
The advantage is ours.
My turn. Here I go. Got it. Well, let's go.
Of course.
My turn.
Right.
I'll handle it.
My turn. That's that. Let's keep moving.
Success.
Oh god, it's another bird. Why won't you die?
Enemies
Wow.
ahead! We'll have to fight!
I'll handle it.
We'll find them.
Here I go.
Laura just has these deep-seated anger problems that she just hides really well.
Here we go.
Of course. No escape.
I'll handle it.
I don't think that thing's gonna be moving anytime
Target's
soon.
eliminated.
It was sealed, stunned, frozen, and petrified by the end of that. She's played the crossbow games and knows what Burst can do. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I can't fault her at all for that.
Oh, there's the exit.
We're finally there.
Oh, a treasure chest!
Sure. More strength forever. Oh, we need that to sleep. Yep, sure is Heimdall. I'm sure these underground passages aren't going to become important at any point in any of these games. Relics from the Dark Ages never turn out to be important in these games. Also, what the hell's going on with these elbows? Does she not have bones? It's a Jaeger thing. Oh, that's how they become so tough. Just get rid of your bones and you can't break them. 5-head level shit. Easy to squeeze through small passages, too. No. That's a pleasant picture. Greasy comfort food? Is there another kind of food that I'm not aware of? Oh, you went and made coffee without telling Sojiro. He's gonna get on your case later.
There's a photo.
Suddenly voices.
Oh, that.
Aww, look at cute little Machia's there.
He looks like he had such a sweet disposition.
He looks the same to me, just smaller.
Yeah, before he grew up to be a stubborn old nag.
Are you guys looking at a different picture? Because I'm still looking at the face of a stubborn old nag. Just, like, 10 years old.
Stop nitpicking people's old family photos! Honestly.
The governor looks the same as ever, though. Is that woman next to him your older sister or something?
Close enough. She was a cousin on my father's side of the family. Since she lived quite close, she often came to visit. Our family was just my father and I, so having her around was a big help.
The way you speak about her seems to imply you no longer see her. Did she get married and move away?
She's dead, isn't she?
She died.
Yep.
Around 6 years ago.
Oh.
I see. And that has something to do with why you hate the nobility, right?
So...
I never really planned on telling anyone about this. But considering all we've been through, I suppose it's time I told you a little more about me. It's a long story, but would you hear me out?
Do I have a choice?
Of course.
That's a no.
Absolutely.
Glad to.
Thanks. Sis was 9 years my senior. Beautiful, kind. To me, she was in every sense the ideal woman.
Definitely didn't have a crush on her.
Now, as I said earlier, we're a family of commoners through and through. But my father proved to be a very capable government official. And eventually he was promoted to an important government position, where he started to make a name for himself. Honesty and integrity are a core part of his work ethic, so of course he made his fair share of enemies. But after seeing success in a number of major projects, he gained a reputation both inside and outside the government. My mother died when I was still young, but Sis happened to live around here and ended up helping us in more ways than I can count. Since she was his niece, my father always made a fuss over her. And even though she didn't live in the same house, she was like a real sister to me, a real daughter to my father. I was always so proud of her. As a child, she was practically my idol.
But
As
then...
you'd expect, she had countless admirers among the men of the city. But for all her popularity, she was always level-headed and sensible. So I never felt I had anything to worry about. Until he appeared. He was one of my father's subordinates at City Hall. Though unlike him, he was a noble by birth. A man of high rank, too. The heir of a count. However, he had none of the arrogance or haughtiness one usually associates with the nobility. When I met him myself, he came across as an honest and loyal man. He met Sis when Dad introduced him to her one day. And eventually, the two of them fell in love and began a relationship, despite the difference in their social status.
Okay, this sounds sweet so far.
As a child, I was frustrated beyond words. But even I had to admit that the two of them made a good couple. And Sis seemed so happy when she was with him that I had no choice but to let it go and accept their relationship. Time went on and they became engaged, with Dad acting as the go-between. And that's when everything started to fall apart. His family couldn't have been more blatant in their attempts to undermine the relationship.
Ah, damn.
Apparently, one of the four great houses, House Cayenne, proposed an arranged marriage on short notice. And the Count's family were up in arms at the thought he might choose to take a mere commoner as his wife. Since my father held an important post, they were limited in how shamelessly they could try to sabotage the marriage. They began to harass and threaten her in secret every way they could think of. It made her life a living hell. Maybe she didn't want to cause trouble for the man she loved, or perhaps she did it out of consideration for my father. But all that time, she chose to endure it alone. She never discussed it or asked for help.
That's kind of a mistake.
And finally, it became so crushing that she took her own life.
Okay, real talk. If it becomes that bad that you feel like you can't go on, why do you continue keeping it inside and not, reach out to someone? Is it more important to die than reach out for help?
I learned what had really happened. It seems that at the very last, he had chosen to betray her love for him. But I told her, he said. I told her I'd treasure her as my mistress instead if she'd just accept that we couldn't be married.
I see.
I just don't understand it. Why would she take her own life?
Well, that last part came out of nowhere, to be fair.
My father seemed to redouble his efforts. It was like watching a machine kick into high gear. With the help of his ally, Chancellor Osborne, he was able to wrest control of City Hall from the noble faction. Then, 4 years ago, he was appointed to his current position as governor of Heimdall. And that's how the Regnitz family came to be where it is.
I don't even know what to say.
So that's why you started hating nobles?
Yeah. I was so furious at Sis's death. My hatred needed to be directed at someone. Anyone.
Like you, Sis.
First I blamed her fiancé, then his family, and the family of the Duke who tried to intervene. In the end, I just hated the nobility as a whole. The people, their culture, the entire idea of social classes. I desperately wanted the strength to win against them. To show how right I was. How wrong they were. But deep down, I knew the truth about my hate. I knew I was taking out my anger on people who didn't deserve it. People who had done nothing wrong.
Well, to be fair, the fiancé's family, and the Duke kind of sound like they all deserve it. So I wouldn't go that far.
Did?
They may be from different social classes, but people are still individuals. Sis's fiancé was faithful to her. He just wasn't strong enough to shield her from all that ugliness, despite his love.
You said he was faithful to her. Was that up until he decided to marry someone else?
And the Count and his family were only acting in their best interests, which is to be expected, really. Ultimately, I've had to acknowledge that not all commoners are good people, and not all nobles are unworthy of respect. Eustace might not have done much to change my opinion. But getting to know you two showed me that there are nobles who live up to that name.
Machias.
I have no idea how my father feels about all of this, but this is how I've come to feel.
I see. You have my thanks.
Shocker of shockers, people are people. Who knew that?
I'm glad you felt you could talk to us about it.
Still, I don't think it hurt to be a bit more honest with yourself. If you're willing to admit all of that, maybe you can find it in you to be friends with Eustace, too.
Are you kidding me? I might accept that not all nobles are bad, but that arrogant, self-centered fool can go choke on a palm. Who's mocking me for spending so much time studying, or telling me I need to get out more.
I don't think he goes quite that far. Besides, I don't think he does it on purpose. He doesn't mean any harm.
Oh, he definitely does. He loves trolling Machias.
That's the most irritating part! He does it without thinking!
Well, that was a good coffee break, wouldn't you say?
And now he can use his S-Craft because reasons. What is animism, anyway? I've seen that word thrown around here and there, but I don't really have any context for it. Other than it probably has something to do with the occult? Probably has something to do with whatever big conflict ends up erupting. Whatever Ouroboros does. Carl! What are you doing, Carl? Oh dear, what's going on? Of course there's a problem. Wouldn't be a field study if there wasn't an issue. Oh no, I know where this is going. Here we go again. He stole the Carnelian tiara from that case, didn't he? Well, time to follow the normal trail of cards and clues. Yeah, I'm getting deja vu as well. I don't even remember how many times I've had to do this before. Hey! Nice! Alright, but before we do that... I think I might just hang on to what I have. Maybe. I guess I could throw a bone or two to Machias. He's feeling kind of down. Hell, just open all of them. It's actually not that expensive. Okay, let's do this. Gee, who could it be? Oh, would you look at that? The Carnelia circlet's missing. Let me guess, there's a card from a certain thief. Yep, there it is. Good. Your prized tiara has already been replaced with an imitation. Of course. Because he requested us by name, as he always does. Salutations, ladies and gentlemen of Thor's Military Academy's Class 7 Group A. Should you wish to recover the treasure you seek, accept and overcome the trials I have placed before you. All of the keys lie within the Vermilion capital. The first key is at the feet of the conqueror with the heart of a lion. Drakel's statue, I'm guessing. I don't know if I would go so far as to say I'd be happy to. More along the lines of I have to. Ooh. Alright. Don't you want to see your friend again? Yes. 100%. Also, this is the wrong district. There's a recipe I can get from Gamgee. Wow, I just took all of the wrong paths. That's how good I am. Looks like that's it. There it is! The second key is in the northeastern seat of the Prismatic Palace. Alright, see you later, Fontano. Appreciate you stopping by. Sleep well, my dude. Probably means the greenhouse at the park. Is this the one? No. This.
Just coming here reminds me of last night's ordeal.
This? No.
Sounds like you had a rough night.
Giggity. I know it's around here somewhere. Oh, you had to actually go inside the place. I guess that makes sense. At the round table where once rested the gauntlets that supported the east of the city. Wait, so the Racer Guild? Is that who I think it is? judging by how he's talking, it's probably who I think it is. Kind of gauche of you to actually drop in on us while we're doing your riddles, dude. Stop trying to act like this is coincidence. You asked for us by name. Yeah, unique. Let's just call it that. Very apt. Here? Yep. It's literally a round table. Yeah. He's literally after nothing but a good time. This is fun for him. The fourth key is on the bottom of the white burden of the steel bird perched at the water's edge. Something at the port, I guess. Oh, the crane, of course. Steelbird. Crane. The final key is also hidden near the water's edge. The crimson crown you seek sleeps within a black ark, nestled in the steel car that marches with the minutes. Well, this is the last one, but... like a clock or something? Train? Tram. So, kind of yes on both accounts. Gee, I wonder where it could be.
So the tiara really was in there, huh? Now I'm wondering if the last passenger who stepped off the tram was Phantom Thief B himself.
Hold up. You have blue hair. I can't see your eyes.
I don't remember there being any unusual passengers on board, though.
What about unusual drivers?
I see. So you have no idea who Phantom Thief B could have been then?
To have done so much and yet left no trace of his presence. He must truly be a master at covering his tracks.
I'll say. But hey, at least we were able to get the tiara back. I suppose that's good enough.
What's wrong, Reem?
Yeah, he's not buying it.
Why are you staring at me like that?
I think it's time we put an end to this little charade. Don't you, Baron Blue Blanc? Or should I call you Phantom Thief B?
Wow, someone finally makes the connection. Hey, he's wearing his mask now.
This savory taste is why the unripe fruit is the most delectable of all.
Wait, aren't you the Baron we met earlier? But that mask...
That's the mask of Phantom Thief B. Allow me to introduce myself once again. I am Phantom Thief Blue Blanc, otherwise known simply as Phantom Thief B. Baron Blue Blanc is but one of the many roles I have assumed during my pursuits. Incidentally, might I ask when you first discovered my true identity?
Trails in the Sky, second chapter.
It didn't really take much discovering. You went out of your way to show up in the Crystal Garden after all. Now, maybe it's just me, but I find it hard to believe you were seriously trying to hide your identity to begin with. Your disguises, nothing short of perfect, I have to admit. But with all the work you've put into this, I suspected you might come check on us near the end of your little game.
Ha! I see. Excellent deductive reasoning. Simply splendid.
Now, are you here just to troll, or are you doing Ouroboros things in the background?
But why would you do something like this?
That's what I'm wondering.
What's trouble?
Does that interest you? Must there be a motive?
Nah. Now that we know your identity, there's nothing more to discuss.
Theft is a crime.
Indeed. A crime we will not allow to go unpunished.
I don't think you guys can take him.
What spirited youths you are! What?
How did he do that?
Just a little trick I like to keep up my sleeve. Regardless, you have provided me with plenty of sport and more than enough entertainment for one day. I'll be watching your future achievements with keen interest.
You're not gonna come out of nowhere and say you're on the board of directors too, are you?
Ladies and gentlemen, until we meet again, I bid you adieu.
He disappeared again.
That's quite a little trick.
He might still be nearby. Let's search the area.
Surprise, surprise, he's nowhere to be found. Ooh, nice. Thanks. God, I have so much now. Oh, I guess that's it. That's just what he does. There's like 6 games into the series, we still don't have an answer for why the hell he does what he does. He's just weird. Sarah? Sure. I have, many feelings about you, but love would be stretching it. No, assembled outside of Elise's school, huh? I know why Sarah's doing this. She's just trying to ship Rian with his sister, so she's, you know, putting them in close proximity. Alright, well, before I click on that... Right reason, wrong girl. Great. Alright. Let's go. I can't go there. Do I really have... Really? Okay, game. Sure. Let me double check my quests. Alright, everything's done. Hello, ladies. How you doing?
They were wearing the same uniform as Rian's sister.
Yeah, they must go to St. Estrella too.
So, the famous St. Estrella Girls' School is around here, huh? It's supposed to be a combined middle and high school exclusively for the young ladies of the nobility.
Yeah, this is one part of the capital that the masses have no reason to visit. Although, I can at least support the school's commitment to fostering chastity and rejecting materialism.
You seem to know an awful lot about a fancy girls' school.
No, I don't. This is all just common knowledge.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, let's go and wait by the front gate.
Yeah, those were the instructor's orders.
I'm feeling kind of nervous, actually.
Why would you?
To men, this academy must seem clad in the mysterious, impenetrable aura of feminine nobility.
Plus, it's just a place with a lot of girls. That should kind of speak for itself.
I was wondering, did you not want to come here, Laura?
My father did recommend it to me, but they offered no classes in martial arts. That alone was reason enough to look elsewhere.
I can totally understand that.
Though I get the feeling Laura would cause a real uproar if she went to a school for genteel young ladies.
What's that supposed to mean?
Yeah, I can picture the chaos now.
What?
Oh? I have a number of acquaintances who attend there, and from all I hear, it does seem to be a wonderful school. I've heard that even Princess Alphen herself is a student there.
I've heard that too.
Princess who?
I think I know why we're here.
You've seriously never heard of her? I know you're not from Erebonia, but still.
To be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if plenty of Erebonians didn't know who she is.
Princess Alphen is the daughter of our reigning emperor, His Majesty Emperor Eugent. She's supposed to be as sweet as an angel and popular with everyone.
Is that so?
She is adorable, I'll give you that.
Actually, I believe she's the same age as Fee. I've had the opportunity to meet her once before. She truly is as charming as the rumors suggest.
I figured as much. I've seen photographs of her plenty of times in magazines, though I've never had the opportunity to meet her.
Sounds like she's in the same school year as Elise, come to think of it. She has a twin brother, too, Prince Cedric. He's the crown prince of Erebonia.
Oh, right. I think I've seen a picture of the prince in a magazine before. Dark blonde hair, like Eustace's brother, right?
Oh, I think you're thinking of Prince Oliver. He's Cedric and Alphen's older brother.
Why isn't he the crown prince then?
He's a bastard.
I've heard the reason is that his mother was a commoner. It seems like a stupid reason to deny him the right of succession, but that's how nobles do things.
I feel like I've been hearing his name a lot lately.
You're probably going to hear it a lot more, too.
He made a big splash when he came back from Liberl aboard that airship. You know the one, right?
The Arcel.
You must be referring to his return aboard the Arcel, after the crisis in Liberl was put to rest.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. It really made a big impact. I'd never seen an airship that looked so white and elegant before.
I believe my father went to welcome the prince back in his capacity as imperial governor, too. And yeah, now that you mention it, that does seem to be when I started hearing his name around a lot more.
Oh, you're all here already.
Ah, you made it.
I do like Oliver. He's the one I'm definitely pulling for when it comes to this whole power struggle in Erebonia thing. Mainly because I know him very well from the Sky games, and let's just say his vision for Erebonia is a lot less fire and brimstone-y than Osborne's.
It's good to see you all again.
You're a bunch of early birds, aren't you?
Ever since the events of Sky 3, they've been in kind of a political chess match ever
Just about finished up
since.
everything we had to do when we got the call to meet here.
Were you able to finish up everything on your end, too?
As if we'd leave any loose ends. If not for our unfamiliarity with the city, we would have been finished this morning.
free time.
Looks like getting these two to kiss and make up will be an uphill battle.
Well, some say that when someone gets under your skin, it means you really care about what they think.
Wait, did you two?
Yeah, they got it on. I mean, they made out.
I figured the girls would be the
Tomato,
first to
tomato.
notice.
Of course. I apologize for any worry I've caused you.
We're fine now. Really? That's great! It sure is. Maybe after this field study is over, we can get together and spend the night talking in one of our rooms. Sounds good.
The thought of a Class 7 pajama party makes me a little embarrassed.
That's girls for you.
Girls and sleepovers go together like jam and toast, huh?
That must be Heimdall Cathedral's bell.
It has a solemn, stately sound, wouldn't you say? It sounds so different from how it does in the Ost District. Though that makes sense considering the distance.
That bell ringing must mean it's 5 o'clock.
What?
Which means it's almost the time we were supposed to meet here.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Reen?
Lovely voice. Well, you're not wrong.
Reese, what are you doing here?
It's her school? Duh?
Wait, I guess this is your school, so where else would you be?
Yes. I see all of your classmates are with you too. It's only been a week since we saw you, hasn't it?
We just couldn't keep
Well,
Reen
we
away.
were told to meet here.
Wait a minute. Are you the ones?
Sounds like it.
The 9 guests I was told to expect at 5 o'clock sharp?
Well, there are 9 of us in Class 7. Wait, what?
Then that would mean you're the one we were told wanted us to come here? Actually, I suspect that would be a friend of mine.
The princess,
Why
I
does she always
presume?
have to be such a mischief maker? I swear. She could have at least given me a little warning that you were coming.
Elise?
Anyway, where are my manners? Welcome to St. Estrella Girls' School. I hope you'll enjoy your visit.
Are the guys here allowed in?
Right this way.
Apparently there's not a problem, but, you know, you would think that there might be a problem. Everybody's staring. Boys! He's so regal, they say, while he has a loli attached to his arm. That silver-haired girl looks like she needs a hug. Reen just can't stop, man. What are you mad for? He didn't do anything. Sorry for not being ugly, I guess. Rosengarten.
What's in here?
A rose garden, duh.
It looks like an indoor garden. This is the Academy's Rose Garden.
You don't say.
The person who called you here is waiting inside.
Who did call us here anyway?
Whoever they are, they must have considerable social standing.
You might say that.
Your Highness, I brought the guests. Thank you. Please show them in.
Oh. No way.
Hey, Elise, is that...
You don't need to ask when you already know. Now, if you'll follow me... I knew it!
Oh dear. What's gonna happen?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7. My name is Alphen. Alphen Rice Arner. It's a pleasure to meet all of you.
That is not how I would have thought that middle name was pronounced.
Cheer up! I'm sorry, alright?
Why is she even mad?
I was only trying to tease you a little. Don't you have something you wanted to discuss with everyone? Please, go right ahead. Well, that aside, it's been a long time since I last saw both of you, Eustace and Laura. I'm glad to see you're both well.
Likewise, Your Highness.
You've become even more fetching since we last met.
Aw, thank you! I was rather hoping that you'd decide to enroll in Sanctus Dryad too. But it seems you chose to attend Thor's after all.
Yeah, well, maybe if your school taught swordsmanship.
Well, I've committed myself to following the way of the sword, and Thor's gives me a place to hone my skills. I apologize for not being able to live up to your expectations.
First I lost Angelica to Thor's. Then you too.
Probably for the best, as far as Angelica goes.
Perhaps I should just transfer there next year myself.
Okay, but stay away from Angelica.
Your Highness. Got you to look. But I...
Well, she seems lively.
She seems far more easygoing than I was expecting.
I've heard plenty about her, but none of that prepared me for meeting her in person.
So, this is what it's like to be in the presence of royalty. It's actually rather overwhelming.
I can see why people always compare her to an angel.
A mischievous angel with a devil tail, maybe.
Me too.
Although it all seems to be in good fun, at least.
Please don't worry about me. Well, I still have much to learn before I feel like I deserve my status among the nobility. I've been blessed with wonderful friends, and I'm enjoying life here at the Academy.
Yeah, I imagine that becoming BFFs with the princess of the country might help you get some places.
Well, she does seem to have at least one wonderful friend. Kind of an understatement when that friend happens to be Princess Elphen.
I'm particularly happy to finally be able to meet you, Green Schwarzer.
Oh, she's gonna tease Elise like crazy.
Elise has told me so much about you. Your Highness?
I'm honored that you'd say so. Elise always mentions in her letters what a great friend she has. As her brother, I wanted to thank you for that.
Green? Oh, it's so refreshing. You're every bit the person Elise says you are. Perhaps even more so.
Huh?
Actually, I have a teensy-weensy favor to ask. Do you think I could join Elise in thinking of you as my dear brother as well?
That's kind of weird. Why? Don't you have enough brothers?
What?
Your Highness! see, Elise has spoken of you so often that in my heart, you've already come to feel like family.
Oh, she's just teasing Elise.
And now that I've had the opportunity to meet you, I fear I simply can't suppress these feelings any longer. I have 2 brothers already, of course, so I'm sure it won't take long to adjust.
I couldn't possibly. I mean...
That's enough, Your Highness. Aw, don't be so stingy. Surely it wouldn't hurt to share him with me a little. Anyway, that aside, the reason I called you here today was not to talk with me. There is someone else who would like to meet you.
Is it Oliver?
Why? It's not like we're famous.
Who do you mean? Hey, isn't that...
A guitar? No.
Yep, it's Oliver. Luke gives it away.
Oh, it seems he's arrived. Oh.
I apologize for keeping you waiting.
But why is he so interested in us? Oh, wait. I'm pretty sure it's because he has contact with Sarah of some sort. What? You're going half and half right now, dude. Half Olivier, half Oliver.
It's a pleasure to see you again.
And you as well, young lady? I trust everyone here has been making themselves comfortable?
Who's this guy?
I'm not sure, though I feel like I've seen him somewhere before.
Alright, when's he gonna start flirting with everything that has legs?
I serve as a music instructor in the hallowed halls of this fine academic institution.
Uh-huh.
In truth, I am ever on the hunt for that elusive mayfly we call love. But that might raise eyebrows at a girls' school. But whose pulse would not quicken wandering into this untainted cloister of dew-eyed maidens? Ah, the romance.
Yep, that's the Olivier we know and love.
Could he be?
Ow! I think that's quite enough. Any more of that and our guests may start edging toward the exit.
He tends to have that effect on people.
Ah, I can always count on you to never miss a beat, my dear sister.
Oh, wait. So this is... Whoa.
Indeed. 'Tis I, Olivert Ricey Arnon, also known by some unscrupulous individuals as the Debaucherous Prince.
Hey, don't lie. You do more than enough to earn that title.
I also serve as Thor's Military Academy's ornamental chairman of the board. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7.
Just add him to the board. Why not? So what is it that you want? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it wanted us to keep an eye out for Ouroboros' movements to some degree or another. To sleep. With him.
I have to admit, I was surprised to learn that you're the chairman of the board of directors, Your Highness.
His escapades in the Sky Games have definitely made him, intimately familiar with Ouroboros' operations, to a degree. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's looking for, eyes and ears here in Erebonia to help safeguard it.
I'd heard that the chairman was a member of the Imperial family, but still.
I'm not surprised. Who would expect the infamous prodigal son to chair a committee at a prestigious academy like Thor's?
Well, no, alone in your bed. Well, I'm sure Oliver would invite you.
I suppose it's not
He's not picky
surprising
at
to
all.
Keep it hushed up, though. It wouldn't exactly be great for the school's image.
But yeah, sleep so well, dude.
That's surprisingly forthright coming from you.
Is it really true, though? I mean, that you were the one responsible for establishing Class 7, Your Highness?
Indeed, I was.
Well, that would explain why he's interested in seeing us.
You see, it's always been a tradition that a member of the Imperial family serves as chairman of the board. At first, I wore the title in name only, but I had a change of heart after my vacation in Liberl 2 years ago.
Was it Phantom Thief B? Did he steal your heart?
You were in Liberl back then?
That would put your visit during the incident that occurred there, correct?
Right. All I've done since I returned to Erebonia has been inspired by my experience during the crisis in Liberl. As a result, fruitless though they may prove to be, I've set a number of plans in motion. One of which is to bring the winds of change to Thor's military academy. A gust of fresh air, if you will.
Winds of change, huh?
I can only assume you're referring to our class?
Then the one who decided to throw both commoners and nobles into the same class was...
Yes, the idea was mine. Although the selected students also had to have a high aptitude with the Arcus units too.
I think I'm finally starting to understand the reasoning behind Class 7, and why we're being sent all over Erebonia on these field studies.
To show us firsthand and give us cause to consider the conflict between the two factions. That is the purpose behind our field studies. Is it not, Your Highness?
That is one of the reasons, yes. However, my foremost intention was to show you that during your lives, you will encounter many obstacles and conflicts. Not just between
barriers,
factions, but between
if you will,
the capital and the provinces, tradition and technology, even between nations. In these turbulent times, I thought that this would provide the hands-on education today's promising youths need. We need up-and-comers who can think and act independently to face tomorrow's challenges head-on.
That makes sense.
Wow, that's quite a plan.
I can't help but feel a little unsure whether we can live up to such high expectations.
Hearing your explanation has, at the very least, cleared up many of the doubts I've had up to this point.
Class 7 does seem like an ideal environment to expand one's outlook on life.
I feel like going through everything we have so far has brought us closer to doing exactly that.
Yep.
Marvelous. I'm so pleased to hear it. Just listening to you makes me feel even more certain that establishing Class 7 was the right decision. Especially since while the idea itself was mine, I have no real say in how the class is run day to day. Even so, I still hope to meet all of you at least once, if only to tell you all this. And that was when Alphen stepped in and offered to set up this little meeting.
I see. Well, I could hardly refuse such a sincere request from my brother. But it also presented me a fine chance to finally meet Elise's beloved brother, as I've always wanted to. Your Highness?
Thank you for taking the time to tell us all of this, Your Highness. I feel like now that I know, I want to live up to the promise you saw in Class 7. Thing is, am I right in assuming that Class 7 doesn't exist just to fulfill your progressive ideal?
What do you...
Oh?
The board has its chairman, of course, but 3 directors besides. My older brother Rufus, Imperial Governor Karl Regnitz, and Irina Reinford of the Reinford Group.
Oh, yeah.
Now that you mention it...
They do seem to have certain expectations for us.
Precisely. As I mentioned, I no longer have anything to do with how Class 7 is run. That authority lies with the directors.
Handpicked, I presume?
As you're keenly aware, Rufus and Governor Regnitz sit on opposite sides of the factional divide. And while Chairman Irina is mostly involved with Class 7's technology, like the Arcus, her intentions are a mystery to me. And it's those 3 who decide where you'll travel for your field studies.
Is that right?
When you put it that way, it does make it seem like some kind of bargaining is taking place behind the scenes.
It was one of the conditions they gave in exchange for allowing Class 7 to be established. I'll admit, I hesitated to allow it, but I decided to place my hopes in you. We believed then, as we still do, that one day, you all will be a great light that can push back the darkness of this country.
We're just a bunch of teens, man.
Well, I suppose when I put it that way, it sounds positively heroic. But that's just me. Don't feel too pressured by it. Your students, first and foremost. Reach out. grab that fragrant rose of school life. Join a club. Eat cheap food with your friends at midnight. Fall in love. We live but once. Make your youth count.
Yep.
You know, it's weird, but hearing you say that kind of takes a load off my mind.
By the way, just earlier you said that we believed the Class 7 would be a great light. Is there someone else involved with Thor's who shares your vision for our class, Your Highness?
There is. Principal Van Dyke. I once attended Thor's myself and studied under him. He gave my proposal to establish Class 7 his full backing.
I see.
He does seem like a pretty cool dude.
He's been particularly considerate toward us ever since we arrived at the Academy.
While he has no direct control over the running of the Academy, he does preside over the board meetings. And above all, he's the one who assembled an excellent team to give you first-rate training.
An excellent team, you say?
Are you referring to Instructor Sarah?
She's certainly one of them. Still, coaxing her away from her former line of work certainly played a large part in giving Class 7 a great foundation. She is, after all, one of the strongest people in the Empire, and her experience makes her a natural field leader.
Wait, what?
Strongest people?
Instructor Sarah? One of the strongest people in Erebonia?
Exactly what experience might you be referring to?
I'm guessing Bracer.
I've even heard rumors of her daring exploits myself. She was known as the Purple Lightning. Doesn't that sound exciting?
Wait. Purple Lightning?
I knew it.
If you two have heard of it, it must be a household name among martial artists.
That's right. Though I've just heard it in passing.
Ah, that young ace of the Erebonian Bracer Guild, and one of the Empire's most famous bracers.
Yep.
She has a history
How
full
did
of
he
brave
know?
feats and dangerous deeds. She was even the youngest bracer to achieve A-rank status. Back then, she was known as the Purple Lightning. Now, you know her simply as your homeroom teacher.
I don't think we ever had the chance to actually meet her in the Sky Games or anything. Was she mentioned in passing? If she was, I don't really remember it. Okay. Just ignore me. Bye? Why are you being huffy with him? He didn't do anything. Except be his normal chick magnet self. Eh? What's that? Wait a minute. Are you gonna ask Rean to be your date for the party? Yep. You're not helping. Also, your lolly is staring at me. Make it stop. Hmm. Oh my god, she's ruthless! Help! Someone save me! Oh dear. Oh, so that was it? Oh dear. Now the girls in the group also have that on their mind. Great. That's actually, yeah, that's probably pretty accurate, yeah. Entertaining is a word for it. Hi, Sarah. Why didn't you join us for that little meeting? Oof. Harsh. Did you hear an old maid sigh? Even harsher, holy crap. Oh, hello, Claire. Oh? Nice characterization. Are we under arrest? What do we do? Oh, boys entered the girls' school. Right. Well, this was a happy time while it lasted. terrorists. That's quite a ramp up from what we've been dealing with. Oh yeah, true, we did deal with that, didn't we? Well, I mean, the only point in committing terrorist acts is to get political attention, so yeah, they would enjoy the spotlight, wouldn't they? It's kind of the whole point. Really? 9 teenagers is gonna cover it, huh? In a city of 800,000? Sure about that? Her brother in Crossbell? Wait. Who's her brother? I'm trying to think of a blue-haired dude I came across in the Crossbell games, but it's not coming to mind. Could be that he doesn't have blue hair. I mean, I'm thinking Lecter, but I don't think they're related. Brings back memories, huh? Yeah, I kind of want to know that too. Was it to consolidate military power for the government? It's sad. Because racers are awesome. Yeah, none of this surprises me. Head pets. Head pets. Pat the kitty. Jester. That name does sound familiar. Yeah, that's just like her.
Drinks are on me someday.
Eventually. And I'll give it a few years. Oh, 1 in the morning, huh? I'm sure nothing sus is about to happen. Nothing weird happens in the middle of the night, before big days, with cloaked figures walking through harbors. Those clothes make you think it might be Gideon again.
The time is finally at hand. At last, the Hammer of Judgment shall rouse this indolent capital from its slumber. Yeah!
Yeah. Where'd all those guys come from? Hi. What's up? What's up?
Comrade G, all of the necessary preparations are complete.
Yep, it's Gideon.
But it feels like you have so few men accompanying you.
Wouldn't it be wise to call in a few others for backup?
There's nothing to fear.
Just some teenagers.
As long as I have this flute, not even the railway military police stand a chance of stopping us. Tomorrow, the people of this land will at last know our name. My dear comrades, I shall be counting on you all. Yeah!
You might want to keep it down if you're trying to be secret. An artifact flute, though. I wonder what it might do. No, last time I came across somebody that had a magical musical instrument, she was able to trap them inside worlds in their own minds. So he could do anything for all I know. Yeah. Nice. Just throw in that Jaeger slang. Alright. Well, that's gonna be a good place to stop. It's getting late, and I am 100% certain that shit is not going to hit the fan anytime soon. So before that ball gets rolling, I'm gonna want to call it a night, and I will return again tomorrow, around the same time as today. But for now, I will bid you all adieu. And so, as always, thank y'all very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Peace out, my dudes.